I just realized I was on mute that whole time. Hello, Mia. How are you today? I totally just didn't sit here for 2.5 minutes almost, not realizing my mic was muted. That's great. So yeah, anyway, welcome to today's reading sprints. I know I usually do these on Saturdays now, but yesterday was a little busy. It was a very busy day, and 8 o'clock rolled around, and I was like, oh crap, I'm not prepared for this. So I decided to reschedule it for today. So yeah, we're going to be doing some sprints for about 4 hours-ish. We're going to start about 10 after. But I have some things that I was doing yesterday that just took a lot of time. I was hanging out with my family yesterday, and I also went and got a new tattoo with my best friend yesterday, which was super awesome. That was very, very fun. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I don't necessarily want to show it to you guys right now just because I'm in my pajamas and I'm just have like a really sheer tank top on underneath this sweater, and I ain't gonna be showing nothing for free. So yeah, but I will be like showing it probably here soon, especially once it's all healed up, because right now it's still a little sore and red and angry looking. So it's just, I just want to let it heal up for a little bit before I show everybody how it looks. But I guess I can show you the picture of what it looked like when I first got it finished, because at least that doesn't look super bad. So my best friend and I basically got matching tattoos. Ours are like slightly different than the other, where like basically we had kind of like colors that were different, and we basically in each other's handwriting wrote a word. So on my arm is her handwriting, and then on her arm is my handwriting. So this is basically what I have. It is a purple feather with the word Knox written on it. And before anybody asks, it is not a tattoo that is for Harry Potter, even though I know a lot of people understand that the Lumos and Knox thing like is from Harry Potter, but it's actually they're Latin words, like first and foremost. And basically this is kind of what we consider like our sisterhood tattoos, basically, because we originally saw this idea of these like yin and yang feathers, and they were really pretty. Like they were in black and white though, but our favorite color is purple. Like we both love the color purple. And so because I tend to be a little bit of the more light-hearted individual out of the two of us, I got light purple. My best friend is a little bit more on the darker side, like kind of a darker temperament, a little bit more on the negative aspect of things. And so she got dark purple. And the reason I have Knox on mine is because we kind of wanted it to be where I would have a reminder to stand my ground, stand up for myself, because I tend to be somebody who doesn't do that. And then she has the word Lumos on hers, which this is the photo. If it'll kind of focus, I apologize. You can't see the writing very well, but she basically has the same feather, just with dark purple instead of light, and the word Lumos. Hi, Destiny. And for her, the Lumos is a reminder to lighten up, basically, and stop taking things as negatively as she does. So they're kind of like tattoos for the both of us, because we've been friends since we were basically like in utero almost, but like we formally have been friends since we were in about middle school, because basically our parents were friends when they were pregnant. Our moms were pregnant around the same time, and my best friend is 2 weeks older than me. Like she was supposed to basically be born the same day around me, but she decided to come a couple weeks early because she wanted to be first. So yeah, we got those done yesterday, and currently, like I said, mine's still healing. She said that for her, she's got a bit of a bruise around hers because unfortunately we both got it on like our inner biceps, so it's really sensitive area. I will say this is probably the worst amount of pain I have had with tattoos. And I have tattoos on my collarbones. I have one on my, like, right basically at the base of my neck and my spine. Those didn't hurt nearly as bad as this one did. And I think it's because the skin on my arm is a lot tighter. And because it's so close to like the nerves, like down, that would go down into my armpit and go like through my ribs, it was a lot more painful. Saying that though, it still wasn't like that bad. Like I definitely felt like it was more, I could feel the stabbing more so than like pinching what I normally do. and this one didn't burn, but it definitely, like, I could definitely tell I was being stabbed in the arm multiple times, basically, is how I would put it. So yeah, we got those yesterday. And then, like I said, I was hanging out with my family for the better part of the later afternoon into the evening after I had gotten that tattoo. So I was really busy last night, and 8 o'clock rolled around and I was like, oh crap, I forgot that I had sprints going on. And I was not, I was super exhausted from the day. So I just decided to reschedule the first day. So anyway, we're going to get started here with our first sprint here really soon. I am actually not going to be reading anything because I hit a bit of a reading slump here at the end of the month. And I did end up finishing my Wheel of D20 TBR I needed to for February. But everything else, like, I've just been kind of slumpy. So I decided to take like the last few days of the month off before jumping straight into my March TBR, which is going to be very extensive. And hopefully I can get through that. But I just decided to take a little bit of time away, especially because the last book I read and finished was kind of hard to like really enjoy in a lot of ways. Like, it really put me in a slump because I just did not enjoy it nearly as much as I wanted to. And it's also because like I feel like I don't know, it's one of those books where like you read it from an author that you've read a lot of before and you've heard. I guess I'll just say it. Okay, so I read The Talisman by Stephen King. I was reading it last week, and I noticed a lot more issues in it than I have ever with Stephen King's work before, and I think that kind of really rocked my world a little bit. So I was kind of in a slump because of it. It wasn't really that great of a story, or at least it was slow. It was really kind of boring. I liked the idea of it, and I liked the main character, but I feel like a lot of it was kind of racist in some ways, or like they basically had Black stereotypes, in particular with the main Black character that is involved in it. And it then made me start thinking about other Black characters that King has written and kind of how they were stereotyped without, having realized at those times reading those books that they were stereotyped, you know what I mean? So it basically made me do like a real reality check on myself and really have to think about how often has he really used those stereotypes. But I also don't know if that's because this was a book he co-authored with somebody else, and if that guy's views kind of came in at some point, I don't know. So, been in a big slump too, still reading The Stand, and I have to finish it today. I'm just not picking it up as often as I should. Yeah, I will say with The Stand, I read it through it in August of 2020, and it was a chore, especially the extended edition. But so I understand what you mean. Like, it's very enjoyable when you go to start reading it, but like you get to a certain point where the first like 400 pages are nothing but basically like setting up how the world is, like how the flu goes through, and you don't actually get to the story of the main people involved in it until like 400 pages in. So it is definitely something you have to take a lot of time and invested in it. But I really liked the end of it. But this is actually, interesting enough, The Stand is actually one of those books that I had to think about again with the Black characters, because I had to rack my brain to remember if Mother Abigail was in any way stereotyped, which I think in some ways she might have been, if you look into her characterization a little bit, but in some ways I also don't think so. Like, she's kind of one of those characters where like, I don't know whether or not she's being stereotyped or not, because some things are yes, some things are no, that kind of thing. So that's kind of what I've been dealing with the last couple of days. It's kind of having that realization. Hate reading slumps. I was in one in January and didn't finish any books. Oh my gosh. I think that January and February, having Battle of the Bookish go on in January and then kind of piggybacking off of that with February with trying to read a ton of stuff was not in my best interest. And I like to read a lot of stuff if I can. But I was really getting to a point where I started having issues. And I think, like I said, the biggest thing is The Talisman. It really put me in a slump. But it sucks when you have like a month where like you're dedicated to trying to read as much as you can, and then the next month like you're trying to carry that energy over, and like halfway through that month you're just like dead. That's usually what happens. I basically get reading burnout, and it is not fun. So that's why I decided to take the last couple of days of this month to kind of not read. I started The Great Hunt by Robert Jordan, but I think I'm actually gonna restart it because I only got through like the prologue in the first chapter, And I don't really know what the hell's going on in the first chapter. I know what happens in the prologue, and I really like the prologue, but I don't know what the heck is going on in the first chapter. I just know that everybody's deciding to go somewhere, and I don't know where. So yeah, I'm excited though to get started with that one as my first one for the month, just because I've been meaning to get to that one since January, but I did not have the time or the ability to get through it. So anyway, let's go ahead and roll, because now that we're a couple minutes into, well, I don't know. My brain is everywhere. I apologize. I'm a little frazzled for some reason right now. Anyway, first sprint we're going to do is going to be a short one, nice little warm up, because we rolled a 2. So we're going to have a nice 10-minute sprint. I am not going to be reading, like I said. The whole reason I was going into that was because I decided I'm not going to read today, but I'm actually going to be working on my review for the Talisman, actually. I feel like with this book, I really needed to take some time to delve into the issues that I had with it and like actually start making my review videos a lot more structured in a sense, because I feel like I've been very lazy in some ways with my reviews, where I don't feel like I really have any idea of what's going on. And because a lot of times I just turn on the camera and just start going, and whatever comes out I end up using. But for this, I feel like I have to take a little bit more time to fully develop my ideas about this book and be able to talk about them, because I think that I have a lot of issues with The Last Talisman in general, that I feel like I have to make that more of a priority. There's definitely some stereotypes of Mother Abigail for sure. As we're getting more into Randall Flagg, there's a ton of both the N word and R word. Yeah, okay, so that's the other thing. So I know that in a lot of King's older work, he's done that. Like the N word, I know has always been an issue. And it never was like as big of an issue for me, because I thought that it was very few and far between, the Stand being the exception. But in the Talisman, it felt like every time there was anything mentioned about a Black character, or not even like if there was a Black character around, the N-word would get dropped so much. And I was so uncomfortable with it, like genuinely. Like there's a main Black character in the Talisman that a lot of times is referred to as the N-word. And I just didn't know like what was going on. And this is where I don't know if like some of King's influence was involved with that, or if Peter Straub's was, because again, with the exception of the Stand, I don't have a good recollection of whether King in a lot of his older work used the N-word nearly as much as he did in the Talisman. I don't know. And that's kind of what I'm starting to have to really delve into my memory for. And that's one of the things I'm going to actually be bringing up in that review, is that it seems like this one had way, way more than it should have. And I don't know whether or not, again, that is because of the fact that, you know, this was obviously written in a time where that word was used a lot more often in a way that was harmful, is still harmful to this day, but like it was a little bit more accepted, I guess. Or if it was purely like a choice on the matter of like Peter Straub involved in this. Because again, I just feel like it was way more prominent than anything else I had seen from King at this point. So we're going to kind of go into that. But right now we're going to do 10 minutes, a nice 10-minute warm up for everybody. I hope you guys are looking forward to this. I know I'm looking forward to it. I always enjoy doing these. I feel like this is the perfect excuse for me to be able to just kind of sit, hang out, and, you know, do reading or doing some kind of other work. So let me get this shared real quick. All right. Okay, guys. So here we go. We are going to do 10 minutes, and then we'll check in with everybody and see how you guys are doing. So if you want to place your page number that you're currently on, or time that you're on with your audiobooks in the chat, feel free to. I don't think I've ever really said that before, but you guys can totally do that if it helps you to keep track of how much you might have read over the course of sprints, or at the very least during a particular sprint. So feel free to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to be basically working on my notes, so I will not be paying attention to chat until the end of the sprint. Some of you guys might know how that works, others might not. So, yep. All right, awesome. So let's go ahead and get started. We'll come back around 12, well, for me it's 12:20, it'll be 12:27, but the 27-minute mark-ish. All right, go. Okay, folks, that is the end of the 10 minutes. So, nice quick warm up for everybody. How did you guys do? Ooh, Destiny, you're getting really close to the end of the stand, though. If you're over the 1,000-page mark, you've got, like, I think almost 100 pages, maybe a little more than 100 pages left. Like, you're right at the end. I cannot wait to hear what you thought of the end of this. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't read it, but have you got to the point? Oh gosh, how do I say this? Has Trash Can Man done a thing? Like a good thing yet? Have you seen that? I'm so excited for that. Hi! Starting at 272, ended at 277. Welcome, Lindsay, I think, right? I think that's you. Maybe. I might be confusing it because my best friend's maiden name is Fowler. So I don't know if it's you, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, it is Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay. Oh my gosh, I was like, it could be you. It could be you. I don't know. Okay, well, 5 pages, not bad. That's good. Nice little sprint there. 46, about 9 pages. Nice job, Mia. Good to see. Good to see. Destiny, you got to tell me, are you at the point where the Trash Can Man does something good? Have you read that yet? All right, so we'll get ready to do our next sprint here real soon. Because it was a really short one, we'll just get right into the next one here, just because, you know, everybody's got a good start. I did get a lot of notes, though, written up for the last Talisman. So I've got already basically, I think I'm pretty much almost done with it, except for like a couple other things. Like I want to like make sure I mention, and I'm trying to start racking my brain for stuff. Literally reading where he's planning redemption right now. Oh, okay. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about that scene, because I'm gonna tell you that scene, like, it was so cool, but my heart was also super broken. I'm just gonna say, like, oh my gosh, like, I will say the end of that book is like so good. I really like the end of it in so many ways, but it was very heartbreaking too, and I feel like you're gonna feel the same way. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started with our next sprint. Let's see what we're at. Okay, so this one's going to be a little bit longer. We're going to this time do a 30-minute sprint because we did roll a 6 that time. So that'll be a nice, good chunk of time for everybody. Again, if you would like to leave your place wherever you are in your book in the comments, feel free to. Otherwise, if you've already put it in there and want to hold off so that you guys can see where you end up at the end of the sprints today, that's fine too. 139 pages left. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, it's gonna be a ride. It'll be a ride, trust me. Like, it was a wild for me when I read it. Like, oh boy. All right. So, we have a puppy who's arrived. It's an Oscar. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Want to say hi to everybody? Hello. Ow. Hi, Bubba. Oh, he's very excited. Ow, that was my hand, you jerkwad. Hello. Say hello to everybody. He's getting so big. Ow. I am not a chew toy. Mom is not a chew toy. Ow. Go. Ow. Oh, God. Ow, that really freaking hurt. Ouch. He's a turd. He is a turd and a half, I swear. Oh, okay. But there's your weekly Oscar love who comes in and says hello sometimes. So anyway, let's find, there it is, the 30-minute timer. That's what I wanted. Definitely gonna DM you on Discord when I finish. That's okay, so we can go about it. Oh my gosh, yeah, seriously, go, like, I'll hold off on my thoughts. I'll have to actually like go back and watch that video too myself, because I know that there's a lot of stuff I've forgotten about it, so I'm curious to see like what your thoughts of it would be after we both watch that video, because I have to refresh myself on everything that happened. So anyway, All right, let's get started with our next sprint. Let's do 30 minutes this time. I'm actually going to do that one. This is the one I want. So 30 minutes of sprinting, everybody. Good luck. Have fun. Go. Hi guys, sorry. I had to take care of Oscar, so that ran a little bit longer than I wanted. But speaking of which, now he is in here with his wolf. But I apologize. All right. I had to take him outside, and then he decided that he wanted to mess around and not do his business. So, all right, here we go. Trash Can Man just found the big thing he was looking for, and now he's trying to figure out how to get it out, and now we're back with the free zone, guys. Okay. All right, you're getting there. That's exciting. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. All right. So, how did everybody do that time in that 30 minutes? I did finish my notes for the Talisman, which is good. That actually took a lot less time than I thought it would. So now I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. I do need to update my bullet journal a little bit, but I think I gotta, oh no, it's over here. I know where it is. It's over here on the other side of the computer. So yeah. Oh, how did everybody do that time? How much did you get read? Ended on page 301 for Lindsay. Good job. Good job. Got through about, looked like from the last time, about 20. Hold on, I got to do math. Maybe 23, 24 pages, I think. I think that's the amount. Brain cannot function. All right, so how did everybody's weekend go so far? If you were here starting off, you'd know that went and got a tattoo yesterday, hung out with my parents, and that's basically it. And then today hasn't really been much of anything. I woke up around just after 7 o'clock because Oscar woke up. My husband's alarm on his phone for during the week had gone off today, and he was up and he did not want to go back to sleep. So I've been up since about probably 7:15 in the morning with him. But yeah, it's been a pretty quiet morning. I think that what I'll do for the next little bit is I got to do some configuring of my stats and stuff for this month for my wrap-up video. And I think after that, if I still have time, I don't know, because I don't want to start anything honestly right now, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do. 17 pages done, had a lazy weekend, got to visit my grandparents for the first time since November. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, Susie. So many sprints going on. I just want to join you all. Oh, well, thanks for joining me today. Yeah, so we'll be going until about 4 p.m. my time, so we still got a little less than 3 hours to go. I will say I don't know if it's going to be during the time that I'm sprinting today, but Robert did tell me that we have some friends that are going to come over to see Oscar, so I hope that it's not going to be like too crazy noise-wise. But if you guys hear any people in the background at some point during this, then that's why, which is fine. It's not a big deal. They just want to come over and hang out and see the puppy. So yeah, I think I'm basically going to do some configuring of my bullet journal, and I think even start doing some more prep work for March, because I've got pretty much the main stuff set up, but I do have to figure out like YouTube, Instagram, like what I want to post during the month, stuff like that. So I think that is what I will do, because I've got my reading schedule set up for the month, which I'm going to show you guys this. If you can see it, I have a lot of stuff that I plan to read throughout the month. I'm participating in 2 readathons. I'm in 2 book clubs run by the same person, basically. And I still have my own stuff. But thankfully, like, the stuff that, like, I want to read, it's all, like, kind of meshed together. And if that makes sense, like, it's all stuff that I would have wanted to read anyway, but, like, I now have an excuse to read it kind of thing. So, yeah, I was actually able to get my Wheel of D20 stuff to work for this month pretty well. And, like, I waited to join these readathons until I had done my Wheel of D20 stuff, and I figured out what my book club's books were going to be. So I was able to actually get pretty much everything on my TBR I wanted to get done to fit both of the readathons I'm doing. I'm going to be doing Greek Godathon, which goes over the entire month of March, which is hosted by a slew of people. But I think initially it is Esme, I want to say is what their name is. I don't know off the top of my head. I only recently found them because my friend Princess was going to be a host. So I thought I would support with them and be on their team. And then I'm also participating in the mini magical readathon that G from Book Roast is doing for Aurelium. Really excited about that. I think that basically my character is a elven wizard of some kind. That's kind of the idea. That's kind of the character I've always wanted to really do. But I have 3 books for that I'm going to be reading over the course of March 14th to the 20th, which are actually all books that are either going to be part of Greek Godathon already, or we're going to be on my TBR for the book clubs that I'm in and stuff like that. So there's that. But yeah, so let's go ahead and roll for our next sprint since it's getting close to the next 10-minute mark. So let's see what we end up getting. Okay, so looks like we're going to do this time a longer one. It is going to be a 45-minute sprint because we rolled a 9 that time. So we will basically be getting done with this about the 55-minute mark. So let me pull up the 45-minute timer. All right, there we go. Okay, yay, Aurelium. Yes, I'm so excited. I really loved the magical readathon that was done last year. It was so much fun. I had such a good time, so I'm really excited for this mini one. Need to find a good readathon to get into for March. I joined a banned book club, but that's my only plan for my TBR. It's still up in the air. Okay, Lindsay, no problem. Join in when you can. So yeah, like I said, I'm doing Greek Godathon. So if you, I don't know if any of you guys are following Princess at Castle Library at all, but if you look on her channel, she has an announcement video about being in Greek Godathon, or like, I think it's like all in one video where she talks about doing like a bunch of different things. But in that video, in the description, she has the link for the official announcement video from the person that's actually running it. And then there's a link to the Discord and everything that's involved with it. I'm really excited about it because it's basically the idea of taking all the gods in the Greek pantheon and you're fighting against the Titans. And the books you read all essentially are worth so many points that are going to go toward like basically taking down the big boss in a sense. You have 7 prompts you have to deal with, but depending on the god, you basically decide to follow in a sense. Like I'm basically on Princess's team where I'm under the god of Ares. Each god has like their own abilities that you're able to do. Like Ares, you're able to pick any of the 7 prompts from any of the 2 teams, which basically means you don't have to like stick to your team's prompts. You have to like, you can do whatever you basically want. So, but yeah, anyway, it's really, really exciting. I'm super excited to get started with it. So yeah, definitely check it out if you're interested. I think it's going to be a good time. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with 45-minute sprints. And yeah, good luck. I'm just going to be doing my bullet journal stuff and we'll just kind of go from there. All right, 45 minutes, go. All right, everybody, that has been 45 minutes. Hope everybody did a good job with their reading. Oscar is currently moseying around in here. I don't know why. Oh, he's going to play with the door stopper, maybe. The door's open, Bubba. You can go. If you want. Go find Dad. He doesn't know what to do. Hi! Do you want to say hello to everybody again? Well, come here. Come see me. Come here, Bubba. Oh, watch your head. Hi. Hi, baby. Want to say hello to everybody? Say hello. Say hello. Hello. Don't, no nibble. Ow! No nibbles. That's, ow. That's rude. You are so mean to your mother. I am not a corn cob. But you act like I am one. Anyway, Oscar made his way in again. Yeah, Lindsay says hello to Oscar. He's being a little turd, but he's cute, so it's okay. 100 pages left. Yay! That's exciting. Just about halfway through, but got 19 pages read. Nice. Awesome. Sounds awesome. Well, during that sprint, I not only finished up my stuff for my bullet journal, I did some planning for this week in terms of like, I have a doctor's appointment later this week that I have to figure out like how everything's going to work around with that. And then, getting videos and stuff edited, doing my day job, all that stuff. So I was able to get all that taken care of. And then my husband brought in food that he ordered for us. We got Wendy's, as you can see. So I've been munching on that a little bit, my lunch. So I got nugs because nugs are life. They're the easiest thing for me. And I don't know what it is about me, but I don't care for burgers from fast food restaurants. I don't know why. It is very rare that I will have one. Like, it is very rare I will ever have like a cheeseburger or even a quarter pounder from like McDonald's or like, I don't like Whoppers. Whoppers leave a literal bad taste in my mouth. Like, I feel like I have that taste lingering like all day. I hate it. So I usually just get nuggets because it's one, easiest for me to just be able to munch and work as I, do if I have my lunch ordered for me and stuff like that. And two, they're just really good. They're just really simple, easy comfort food for me. So yeah. Mia read about 30 pages. Awesome. Glad you could join us back when you got back from lunch. All right. So I guess it's top of the hour right now. Got about 2 more hours. And then Princess is also starting their sprints in an hour. So I don't know if I'm going to actually go in today for Princess's sprints, honestly. I just feel like because I'm not reading anything today, I feel like I like to go a lot of times just for like the community. Like, it's really fun just to sit and chat with people. But I don't know if I'm going to do that today because, like I said, I've got some friends that are going to be probably coming over here today. So I probably will be spending time with them. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Haven't eaten hamburger in years, so I get that. So I'll eat like ground beef and I will eat burgers. Like, if I make the burgers, like, because we get like HelloFresh and sometimes we get like a burger meal that we make. Those are fine. But I will eat a burger like that my dad cooks on the grill or something. But for some reason, when it comes to fast food burgers, I can't do it. I don't know what it is. I think it's not that I've had like a bad experience with them per se. It's just for some reason, I think it's like I prefer to not have fast food burgers, if that makes sense. Like, I guess it is more of a preference than anything else. I don't get them, and I just get either a chicken sandwich or chicken nuggets. Like, those are just the easiest things for me. Plus chicken, I prefer chicken over beef anyway, most of the time. So I think that tends to be why I picked that. Listen to audiobook while making some soup for dinner. Oh, that sounds wonderful. What kind of soup are you making? Man, now I really want like a nice, good, creamy tomato soup and grilled cheese. Like, that sounds so good, but we don't have the stuff to make that. And we're making something else for dinner tonight. Substitute ground turkey for ground beef. It is a preference really more than anything. Yeah, and I like ground turkey. I remember when I was living in the apartment that I was living in, when Robert and I first started living together, we were having an issue with ground beef for some reason. Like, it was just like super heavy. And I think it was because we were eating a lot of like greasy stuff at that time, and like it really messed with our stomachs. So we did substitute for ground turkey and having chicken like more often than not, and that did seem to help. But now, like if we eat like ground beef, it's fine. But for some reason, like I think because we were eating it so much at the time that we were living in the apartment, it just really started to mess with our stomachs pretty bad, and like all the grease that was involved with it. Because like we would just make hamburger helpers like a ton because it was easy, it was cheap, you know, whatever. Because we were basically struggling young adults post college kind of thing and living together for the first time. So it was really easy. And at the time, I was working retail, and then I got the job I have now. So it was just super, super simple to just do like a hamburger helper because you didn't have to do too much prep. But I think that eating those on a regular basis, like almost every day, really did mess with our stomachs pretty bad. So I would not recommend that for anybody out there. Don't recommend doing that all the time. Haven't eaten a fast food burger in 4 years because I ate so many I puked one time. See, that's okay. I haven't puked, but I feel like that, like as a kid, I probably, well, did I eat? I don't think I actually ate very many fast food burgers when I was a child, honestly, now that I think about it. I don't know why that is. I think I just preferred the chicken, like in general. Because now that I think about it, I very rarely in my life have ever had like anything other than chicken nuggets or like a chicken sandwich. And it's not like I won't eat like a fast food burger, like I said. I think it's just, it's honestly a preference for me. I don't know. Because now, like I said, now that I'm thinking on it, like I always ordered chicken. That's just, I'm a creature of habit. So that's probably part of it, is that I just became such a creature of habit of ordering chicken nuggets or like a chicken sandwich. And like, there's only certain places I will order a chicken sandwich over nuggets because their nuggets aren't that great. Like Burger King, I will eat their chicken sandwiches all the time. Their nuggets are not my favorite. Wendy's, it's pretty much, I could go either or. McDonald's, I'll eat their nuggets more than their chicken sandwiches because I feel like in the past they had really good chicken sandwiches. Like when they used to have their Southwest style chicken sandwich, that was my shit when that was around. Like I ate that like all the time, and then like they got rid of it, and I don't even know if you can still get it at all. But I haven't ever been able to see it. And then I really like their chicken nuggets. Like they're probably my second favorite, but they're the ones I get the most often. Whereas Wendy's, I get like the chicken nuggets, like they're my favorite ones, but I don't get them as often as I do McDonald's. McDonald's spicy chicken sandwich is my favorite. See, and I can't do the spicy chicken. I don't know what it is. It's like almost like too spicy, but it's weird because it's not the spiciest thing I've ever had, but it's too spicy for me. I don't get it. McDonald's nuggets are my favorite thing in all of fast food. Same, like, well, they're my second favorite, like I said, but like they are my comfort food. Like my husband and my parents know if I'm ever having a really, really rough time to get me McDonald's chicken nuggets because that is my comfort food. It might be my second favorite, but it is like the thing that makes me feel the most better. Ooh, vegetable soup with shrimp. Yum. That sounds amazing. I like Popeyes for chicken sandwiches. See, okay, I've not really had Popeyes. There have been times where I could have. It just wasn't something I was interested in because like every time that there was a Popeyes near where I was, I heard such bad things about it. And maybe it's because I'm like, I know, Destiny, you're not like that much further south than me, but for some reason, I feel like most of the Popeyes in the north do not do well. Like they're way better down in the south than they are here in the north. I don't know what it is. It's just like every Popeyes I have ever seen, like where I've been living, has never been that good from what other people have told me. So I've like steered clear of it, you know? But maybe one day. I might one day. And I don't ever go to Chick-fil-A just because I do not agree with their ethics. I really dislike them because of their ethics. And on top of that, even if they didn't have poor ethics, I don't eat there because their food actually has made me sick multiple times. I have had Chick-fil-A a couple different times, and both times having the same exact food, it's made me sick. So I will never eat a Chick-fil-A regardless if they change their ethics or anything because it does not sit with me very well. Have to go to the next county over to get it, but it's always been worth it. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy it because I seriously, like everybody I know that like goes to a nearby Popeyes, it's not that great. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a northern thing or if it's like just happenstance that like the ones that are nearby are really crummy. But who knows? All right. Sorry for those of you that are not currently eating. I may have made you very hungry for, stuff, but I'm a happy girl. I got my nuggets and I just knocked over my allergy meds. Oops, hold on. And I knocked over some stickers that I have to go put somewhere soon. Okay, what I was trying to do was get my dice tray so that I could do another roll. That's what we're doing. So, what am I going to do this round? I don't know. What am I going to do? I guess I'll watch like a YouTube video or something because like, I don't know what the heck else to do. Like, I did everything I wanted to do today in terms of like admin, organizational stuff. So, I don't know. I don't know where you live, but for chicken, Bojangles is amazing. I don't think we have Bojangles. I live in Michigan, so I'm like in the Midwest. I never heard of Bojangles, but I feel like if I have heard of it, it might be west, like southwest, maybe? I could be completely wrong, and I apologize if I am, but that's just where I feel like it is. Kind of like how In-N-Out is, where like it's down in like the southwestern area. I've never heard of Bojangles. I don't think we have them in Michigan. Not to my knowledge, at least. But then again, I live like, I don't know, like I lived in a really small town growing up that didn't have like a ton of stuff. Like we just recently back in my hometown got a Starbucks like within the last year. So it's kind of small, not a lot going on kind of thing. Had it when travels to Georgia. Okay, so it might be more in the South. Love Bojangles, but I live in Ohio, so I can't get it. Anytime I go south, I stop though. Okay. See, Destiny, I knew you lived somewhere in the Midwest too, but I couldn't remember if it was Pennsylvania or Ohio. But I think it's another person in our Battle of the Bookish stuff that's from Pennsylvania that I might be getting confused with. Who would that be? I can't remember. It might be, I don't know. I know somebody in our Battle of the Bookish stuff is from there. Yeah, I knew you weren't that far away from me. So, but like, I'm assuming Bojangles is kind of like another fast food restaurant. But I lived in the South for a little bit of my life. I was very little though, so I don't remember a whole heck of a lot. Like I lived there from when I was like, I think a year and a half, maybe 2 years old to the time I was about 4 or 5. My parents had moved us down there when I was really little. So, I don't remember a lot, but I do remember having had Jack in the Box like a ton. And I remember I really, really liked it, but I don't know if I would like it, now that I'm older, because I haven't had it. Like I haven't really been down, because my grandmother lives in Texas. I haven't been to Texas since I was like 7. And I don't think, to my knowledge, that we ever went there when I had gone to visit. But that is a goal. I would like to go back down to Texas to visit my grandma and try out Jack in the Box because I have heard some pretty decent things about it. Live in Missouri and don't have one near me, but it's really good. Okay, well, if I ever get back down south, and I find one, I'll definitely have to see if what I think of it because you guys like it. Maybe I might. I don't know. I feel like everybody's kind of different, like with their stuff. Like, see, and here's the thing: my husband loves like Taco Bell. I barely eat there. I don't know what it is. I just like it is very, very rare I ever have the craving for something from Taco Bell. But he, not so much anymore, but he a lot when we were like, especially living in our apartment, would eat from Taco Bell. And there's another Oscar appearance. Hello, Baba. Hi. And he's gone again. But yeah, if I ever can get back down south, that would be something I'd like to do. Because I would like to eventually get down to Texas again. I have an aunt that lives in Florida, and Robert has family that lives in Florida that we would really, really like to go visit at some point. And then I have one of my best friends from college who's the maid of honor in my wedding. She lives out in California, and I haven't seen her since Christmas because she and her fiance came back home for Christmas. but we've been trying to figure out like how I can get over there for the last like year and a half, because we were supposed to go for my birthday last summer, but we didn't have the ability to, because at that time we were moving out of the house we were renting and going back to live with my parents. And so we were trying to save money to like have a house, basically, whether renting or buying. And we just didn't have the ability to go visit her for my birthday. But I did see her in October just after we moved in, because she was actually coming to visit that same weekend that we were moving in. And then she, like I said, came home for Christmas. So like I've seen her a couple times in the last year. Oh goodness, what was that? Oh, Oscar's running and playing with toys. He just fell over and just went crash, because he's about as clumsy as his mother. Okay, so I feel like I've yacked on a lot. It's been a day where I just feel like I need to chat. So let's go ahead and do our oh no! Runaway dice. We do not count rolls that end up on the floor. That does not happen in this household. If we were in D&D, that would be a different story, but we're not in D&D. We're doing dice sprints, and I don't want to be facetious and tell you guys, oh, we rolled a 12 when we really didn't. Like, that's not cool. So, I don't know why that came up. I don't know. All right, anyway, let's go ahead and roll. All right, so it looks like we're going to do the same amount of time this time. We rolled another 9. So we're going to do another 45-minute sprint. I think that these have been pretty good in terms of like sprint times. I'm surprised that like we started off with a 10-minute and then jumped to 30, and now we're doing our second 45. I feel like this is a good kind of middling way to do sprints. So, all right, we basically are going to go to the top of the hour with this one. So, and then we'll have another hour. So we might have at least one more sprint after this one, but it'll depend on what we end up rolling. So 45 minutes of reading, everybody. Get your stuff ready. Hello? Hello? Why is it not showing? Oh, okay, there we go. I was clicking the wrong thing. Of course I was. I'm always clicking the wrong thing, I feel like. Anyway, 45 minutes of reading, everybody. Hope you guys have a good sprint. And I hope that you're just enjoying what you're reading. I don't know. I don't know what else to say there. Anyway, begin. Okay, folks, that is the end of that sprint. Hope everyone did well with it. Let me know how much you guys ended up reading today. Just looking at something real quick. Hold on. Okay, so how'd everybody do? I didn't do a heck of a lot. I did a little bit of random stuff here and there. I did manage to find almost all of the audiobooks I need for this month coming up. But for some reason, the Wheel of Time books do not show up on Scribd. I don't know why they don't have them. They have the prequel book, New Spring, but they don't have any of the other ones so far. Like, they don't have the first 4 books on there. And I can't access them through my library because they're either not available or there's like a long wait list with them. And the only the first 2 books have some form of audiobook on YouTube. The other ones, they're non-existent. They don't exist in YouTube. Like, nobody has uploaded like an audiobook of any of the other Wheel of Time books. So kind of sunk when it comes to books 3 and 4, but it is what it is. I will manage. Okay, Lindsay, 35 pages this time. Awesome. Didn't get much read that sprint. Had some lunch. Y'all made me hungry. Sorry, Destiny. It's okay. All right, so we have a little less than an hour left of our sprints for today. Now, normally I do these on Saturday in the evening, but again, I was very busy yesterday. So I did not have the chance to do that. Okay, and it looks like Princess is just now getting her reading sprint started. So if you guys, by the end of this, want to still do reading sprints, I do encourage you to go check out my friend Princess over at Castle Library. Some of you might know her. She was part of our Battle of the Bookish team. She was basically somebody that joined in, but she's a good personal friend of mine. And she does reading sprints from 3 p.m. Eastern to 6, 7 o'clock. It depends. She is on the West Coast, so for her, it's about like noon to like 3 or 4. It depends on exactly how much they get like done, because they basically do a 10-minute sprint to warm up, 4 30-minute sprints, and then a 20-minute cool down. So it's a total of 2.5 hours of reading, but then there's a lot of chit-chatting and kind of catching up and talking about different things in between. So it could go 3 hours, 4 hours, upwards of 5, depending on how much time you want to invest in it. Like I said, I normally partake in them, but I don't think I'm going to today because I don't really have anything to read, and I am having some company over a little later. So I do need to like get dressed kind of and be here with them. So I will not be partaking in that, but I do recommend you guys go check her out. If you would like, I can leave her link in the chat for you guys if you are interested, so that you guys can go check out the live. But yeah, she's super awesome. I really like her a lot. I think you guys are going to like her. You know, she's a very fiery personality, and I really appreciate that because she's a lot of laughs. Like, she seriously, like, it's just so funny. I adore her. She's one of my favorite people I've ever met. Read about 30 pages. Nice job, Susie. I know, though, you're going to be going to bed here pretty soon, so you might be about wrapping up here pretty soon. But let's go ahead and roll for our next sprint, since we're about almost 5 after the hour, and let's see how many more we can get in this last hour. Well, don't know if you guys can see that. That's a 10. I guess this is our last sprint. I feel like every time we get to the last hour, I think that there's going to be at least one more sprint. And it never ends up that way. It always ends up being the last one is like the longest one. Destiny, no. I would hope you would know what that face means by now, but yeah. I cracked myself up. But yeah, so this is a 10 minutes or 10 minute. No, this is a 50-minute sprint. So basically, this is going to wrap us out for the hour. I don't know why I always think that it's going to end up being more than one sprint in the last hour. It just never ends up that way. You always roll this last one and look at us like, well, shit. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, because that's how I feel. Like, I get to the roll and I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. My bad, guys. You're going to be in for a long one. Like, because I just feel bad because I'm like, oh my gosh, I really hope that no one like hates these super long sprints. But like, I know I enjoy them unless I'm reading something I'm not enjoying, you know, and then the sprint feels like it's forever. Indeed, this will be my last sprint. We'll maybe do half. No worries. I'm glad you could make it though. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started with this next sprint, this final sprint for the day. So let me get a 50-minute timer real quick here, if I can find one. That is 50 minutes, not a 45. I want one of the ones in the set that oh, but why? Hold on. Okay, I guess they don't have it. This one doesn't have a 50-minute. Why? Why no 50-minute? That's so silly. Why do you not have a 50-minute one, Adam? I don't understand. I guess we'll do this nice one, this little flippy clacky one. Somebody, like, I don't know, like, somebody just take my brain and, like, just shove it somewhere else because apparently it just doesn't want to be normal at all. Ever. Especially when I'm on sprints, apparently. All right. Okay. All right, guys. So this will be our last sprint for the night. Hope everybody does well. We're going to come back around basically the 56-minute mark. So I probably won't be here for the next chat. Thank you for the sprints. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, Lindsay, this is a common occurrence. I know this is like your first time, I think, being on these sprints in particular outside of Battle of the Bookish. This is pretty typical. We always end up on a long sprint by the end of it. I don't know why. The dice does what it does. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Okay, but 50 minutes of reading. Good luck. If you need to take a break during this time, that's okay. Do what you need to do. If you need to like stop at some point when you're reading, feel free to do so. Don't feel like you have to, get through the entire time. Just try your best to do what you need to. Kind of perfect, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it is. Like, it's very handy that a lot of times in the last hour, it's the last sprint, but it's like every single time I've done this, the last sprint is like the last one. Like the last hour has like one sprint, and I'm like, could we get some like shorter ones in there at some point? Like that'd be nice. But no, it never happens that way, unfortunately. So, all right. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking. 50 minutes of reading, everybody, and I think that this takes a second. So, go. Okay, guys, that is the end of the final sprint for today. Hope everybody did well. It was a nice, long one to end it off. I feel pretty good. I did a couple things around the house. I updated my library spreadsheet with some books that I bought over the weekend. I even went through my reading schedule and wrote in the days that I should try to get some videos filmed in the next, like in March, for the books I'm going to be reading that will need reviews. So yeah, that is kind of what I'm going to be dealing with in terms of like a lot of filming and a lot of editing and a lot of books to be read in March. It's going to be interesting, but I'm glad I've taken the last couple of days of this month off so that I can prepare. And I think tomorrow I'm going to spend time working on getting my wrap up for February done, and then also my March TBR video finished, because I started working on it last week, but I have to still finish that up. So it should come out sometime on Tuesday, I think, is the plan. But I hope you guys had a wonderful time here sprinting with me. Thank you all so much for joining me. I know I didn't really read it all, but I think that was best for me. I needed to get some like little stuff done so that I didn't have to worry about it later. But I'm glad you guys ended up doing your reading. Ooh, Destiny, you have 76 pages left. Lindsay, 37 more pages read. Glad you joined. I'm so glad you joined in. 48 pages of Beyond the Ruby Veil. Nice. I like that. Awesome. Well, like I said before, if you guys want to do more reading sprints, like if you still want to get through some stuff, I do recommend going to Princess's channel over at Castle Library. She will be doing reading sprints for the next couple of hours, and they might be in the middle of a sprint already right now. I don't know, but you'll have to go check it out. And at the very least, you'll get some more reading done in that time. So I highly recommend it. I'll leave her link here in the chat for you guys just in case. Give me 1 second so that I can find her. I gotta go here. Of course, I'm so glad that you could join. And again, please feel free to go check out my friend. Looks like currently they're just doing some chatting at the moment, but this link in the chat that I'm posting, this one right here, is Princess's live stream link. So go check her out if you would like to do more sprints. She's super, super fun. She's got a friend of hers, Paco, with her, and they'll be doing more sprints this evening for the rest of your guys' day. So thank you guys all so much for joining me today. And if you guys are new, I will be doing hopefully my next sprint again on Saturday. I should be getting back to my Saturday schedules, which will be from 8 p.m. Eastern to about midnight. If you guys can join, feel free to. If you can't, that's fine. But I should be getting back to my regular schedule here in the next month, like in the new month. So yeah, anyway, hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a good week this coming week. And I will see all of you guys later. Bye.